Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Casa C.A.S.E at COP. I'm Livia from the sustainability team of CASE, and with a huge pleasure, we welcome you here in our last day of CASE. CASE is a coalition of large companies in Brazil: Bradesco, Itaú, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale, that join to reinforce the importance of active engagement of the private sector in the nature and climate agendas. Our major goals are give visibility to CASE, enact scalable, already implemented solutions, promote dialogue, and mobilize multiple sectors. Reaffirm the potential of Brazil and of our companies in align economic development, sustainability, and social justice. Casa C.A.S.E was active from the 11th to the 17th of November. We approached every day a topic connected to COP's action agenda: food systems, bioeconomy, infrastructure, finance, energy transition, just transition, and today we close with circular economy. I'd like to thank the approximately 100 speakers who agreed being with us this week, giving life to CASE, and also the members of the coalition that made all this happen, our knowledge partners, Mandala, Accenture, Sabedis, and the producer TM1. We hope you enjoy CASE. We'll begin now the panel of circular economy, solutions and implementation, and new alternatives for replacement. This panel will approach innovations and solutions that are ongoing, showing how it's possible to speed up circular chain for plastic and new alternatives for replacement. For this talk, I'd like to invite the Director for Sustainability for Latin America from Electrolux, João Zeni. ESG Manager from Nestlé, Cecilia Serravalli. The CEO from Wise Plásticos, Bruno Eagle. And to moderate the panel, the leader for Latin America for Ellen MacArthur Foundation, Luisa Santiago. Welcome. Have a good discussion. Good afternoon. Rain stopped, so people arrived. So it's a pleasure to be here. It's very good to talk about plastics. It's a topic that is not very much in the discussions at COP. Normally it's placed within the story of the triple planetary crisis coming from the UN as part of the discussion of pollution, but we can't look towards these crises isolatedly. Plastic pollution contributes with loss of biodiversity, which is another crisis. Climate change is also one of the drivers of biodiversity loss. Production of plastic contributes with the climate issue, with the climate crisis, she says, and effectively it's positive we're discussing this year. Although it's not a sector with more contribution to the emissions, it contributes with about 4% of global emissions, and we are getting to this point of making climate goals happen. We hope the negotiators this week are enlightened in the blue zone and COP discussing how to make things happen. And who better than the private sector to say how to make things happen. So it's nice this space brings the private sector and protagonism of the private sector to bring solutions, implement, test. I working 10 years at the foundation working with the private sector, I see how much the private sector takes, runs risks, influences, goes right, goes wrong. So it's a pleasure to be here to talk to you who are in this journey for some time, creating circular economy for plastics. In 2023, the countries of the UN agreed it was necessary to bring a global discussion to handle plastic pollution. And with this, we began the discussion of what we hope is a treaty that is similar to the Paris Agreement about the plastics. Us at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation spent the last 2-3 years working with the private sector in an extremely important role as to influence and sit with governments throughout the world, specifically in Brazil also, to say we want rules, we want an ambitious treaty, our business depends on that, but we can't have a different rule in each country, have fragmentation. So once again, the private sector driving an agenda and showing governments, making them trust and see this is happening in Brazil. So first things they say they don't want responsibilities from producers. Then we have companies like Nestle coming to the table, and so the government thinks we're not alone. The private sector wants to join us. So this protagonism in the private sector is very important. And within the discussions in the treaty, we are observers in the process. We see there is it's a predominant speech. We must not look only to residue circulation to handle the plastic issue. We need a systemic look of how plastic system works. Since 2015, we are in this agenda. We are one of the main organizations which accepted the rule especially circular economy for plastic. It's a linear system. Only 2% of what comes to the market goes back to the chain, and that's a huge loss of material resulting in pollution, but also a loss of money. That's the truth. So tackling this with a circular economy look, we'll consider all since the design of the products, the materials, services, how we think, how are we going to eliminate this pollution? How do we innovate so everything that is in the system is reusable? So how can we assure this circulates and all that is reused, recycled? So this is a vision of a circular economy, not only recycling and not only managing residue. All that thinking since the design will unlock the possibility of circular economy and considering aligned policies. Another aspect is important to seize that in the global south, and the discussion of the treaty is interesting. We must be talking about change that need to be inclusive, the ones that are responsible for around 90% collected for recycling, the gatherers. So to close my speech, Brazil moved forward recently in a look towards circular economy. Brazil was almost the last one in Latin America to join this development of policies for circular economy. Brazil has a national policy for circular economy provided by a decree. There's a circular economy plan up to 2030 with actions, developing indicators. In our Congress, we have a discussion of the national policy for circular economy. So this might become a state policy. We hope this bill is passed. So recently, moving towards implementation, we have packaging plastics with new legislation being passed. So we have interesting people for this talk. So just to check the agenda, I'll ask 2 questions to each of the panelists. They have 7 minutes to tell us what they're doing. I'd like to encourage the audience to think on questions and also the panelists, so feel free to ask for the floor and talk, because you're the true specialists implementing the ideas that we've been thinking of for 10 years. I'll begin with Cecilia, that comes from Nestle. Nestle works with us in the Ellen MacArthur Foundation since the beginning, when we brought the statement that if economy follows linearly, we'll have more plastic than fish. And Nestle has been always with us, has done voluntary commitments since 2018 when we launched a global commitment for the new plastic economy. Nestle participates in the coalition of companies for the global plastic treaty, sits at the table with us and the government. So I'd like you to tell us how this is unfolding for Brazil in commitments and how this relates to the climate issues, because we're in the climate COP. Good afternoon. Nestle, beginning by the last question, how that relates to the climate issue. So when we look towards our carbon footprint, the participation of packaging is very small, only 11%. So maybe if you see Nestle at COP, you'll see our work with agriculture, because 70% of our footprint is in agriculture, but obviously 11% is not that small. So it's very important to work and reduce our emissions with plastic, to reduce our footprint. We have a goal for that reduction in the plastic chain, but with that concern of the carbon footprint, we have plastic pollution. So Nestle has a long-term vision. Our horizon is that none of our packages end up in a landfill or in the oceans or rivers. That's what we consider. And to reach that goal, that long-term goal, it's very important to have what you mentioned as to systemic vision. There's no single solution for us to tackle plastic pollution, because we need the packages. A company that produces food has a paramount role with plastics to maintain the quality of food and the standards, and avoid waste, which is an influencing item in the emission. So we can't let go of packages, but we need a different look towards that, which our look. So within a circularity strategy at Nestle, we have first reducing plastic consumption, so looking towards our packages we have today, and understand if the package is proper, if it's not over specified, is it proper for that kind of food, or does it have a larger specification, has more plastic than necessary? So they have that look towards packaging. Their projects are of for refuels, for reuse, that are smaller but are still part of our business. There's the redesign, looking towards the package and see the headspace. Would the amount of packaging be enough? Could we reduce that package? There was a project of taking the Dolce Gusto coffee container and reducing that plastic. So to look at all the packages and bring that headspace, thinking the proper package for the right product. And lastly, not less important, two very important items, which are recycling chain, infrastructure, people in the chain. So invest in the recycling chain so it's feasible financially, that labor issues people are dignifying, but also what reaches these people in a larger amount is recycled. And lastly, communication. So we have that role of taking communication of what is recycled, how it is recycled, right destiny to consumers. Responsibility is ours, but it's also shared. That's why we have the role of taking communication to these consumers. Very good. Let's talk about collection, recycling, and infrastructure in Brazil specifically. Bruno, I'd like to give you the floor once we are talking about, we've talked about recycling collection. So first tell us about Wise Plásticos for the ones who don't know the business. And while I was preparing the moderation, I went to Instagram and Wise and I saw a card which motivated me to open the question to you. C card and COP, climate COP makes all sense. So you said the plastic recycling solutions you do mean over 70% of the emissions compared to virgin resins. So that shows why talking about plastic at the climate COP is important. And I'd like you to bring the issue of how much it's possible to measure these gains for a client with recycled resins, and also if you could tell me about competitiveness. We know virgin resin, the system is linear. I worked for 10 years for the economy to become circular, but the economy is still linear. So how do you become competitive? How competitive you are with your product? So tell us about this mix of benefits you bring to the market. Thank you, Luisa. Thank you for the invitation, to the sponsors and everyone. I had prepared many things, but I won't use them. The audience is small. 2015, WISE is a plastic recycling. We recycle about 30 tons of polyethylene and others. So Brazil must have 4 tons a year consumed of polyethylene and polypropylene. And in 2014, my father found the WISE in 2007. It had many parameters, and he began recycling for resin. We did some parts before in 2012. In 2014, 2015, we're practically closing the company. Recycled Raisins is almost finished. And why? Because it was a company that was formal, organized, that came in to try to do good things with recycled plastic. And when you saw the market, it wasn't for that. So my commercial side said that we can't tell the clients can say they use our material. So that's a problem. If I'm trying to create a company and the clients are ashamed of using my product, I have a serious problem. It's the truth. When Ellen MacArthur, I don't know when, 2012 or something, 2016, we had the new plastic economy. This changed the recycling market completely. We talked to people that asked us if we could sell them without invoices, and now we begin talking. Sergio from Natura is here, Unilever. I can say the names because they must be valued, Unilever, L'Oreal. And we talked to these people, and first we asked them, what do you need? And second, how do I assure your product creates positive externalities, and not that you're giving me recycled materials. And Sergio told me a lot about this, but with slave work in the chain and other problems. So in practice, we begin transforming WISE and transforming the recycling market in Brazil and in other places, moving to a business that has a cost, but it's not the only problem. You are worried how plastic is made and how do you get to make 100% recycled shampoo in a shelf of a drugstore. So any issue trying to look at the macro, the market, if I look from 10 years to here, it improved a lot, but maybe over the last 4 or 5 years, you have an increase of the offer that is huge in virgin plastic. So trying to go into the scale disparities, maybe there's 450 tons produced of virgin plastic that has been growing every year, more than demand. basic offer and demand. So in the last years, plastic has been dropping in price, that in virgin plastic for petrochemicals, and that puts pressure on all the uh, other goods, including recycled plastic. So you talked about competitiveness. There's a difficulty for that in recycled plastic that has been uh, handled in many ways, but it's hard. How do we sell? And generally, we are based in three major ways. Obviously, we look for competitiveness, but we sell in the commitments done with the McCarthy Foundation and companies that use packaging, so consumption goods. So what we can do today is shampoo packages for Unilever or some other. All of them are recycled, so there's no virgin plastic in the business, uh, but they are hugely in a major part recycled. So looking for competitiveness, we sell to them, but without a direct correlation with virgin. If virgin drop today, I don't have to lower my recycled plastic tomorrow. They'll look for competition, but it's not something he changes the consumption from day to night. So we sell by circularity goals, we sell for by social impact. So these things talk to each other, but Natura wants to trace the whole chain to be sure the materials come from a source that are creating positive impact. In Brazil, you have around 600 and a million collectors that depend on that for their survival. So this social impact is important, and we do everything we can to measure, and we sell by carbon. So we monitor carbon. We do footprint inventory since 2020, beginning with the carbon law, and then we carried on. But the figure is more or less this. We reduce more or less 70% of the impact of carbon versus virgin plastic. And we also, in terms of energy, water, we try to monitor everything to transfer that to the final client. So CDPs and such are on the way, but we didn't get there. But we have all the inventories and footprints and can use that for the ones who have that as a priority.
We launched earlier this year and by late 2024 a plastic which is a mixture of recycled with new plastic by Braskem sugarcane plastic with negative impact in a ratio of 70-30 to get to a carbon neutral plastic without the need for offsetting. So we've been trying to create this new thing, this type of thing by creating discourses and histories that can be told to our customers to appreciate the value of their own brands down the chain and their corporate goals. Most of our our sales are based on that, but competitiveness is important. So before saying all the taxes, the mandatory aspects, and all these features are relevant. Well, I think this is it. Thanks. I was glad, Bruno, to learn about your advertisement. Too glad that to know that 10 years ago it did a big difference to increase the market, the demands, the commitments, and that we indeed want to increase it, not only in terms of voluntary commitments, but also in terms of connections between governments and the companies to strengthen the circular economy. João, I believe I know you from past lives, so for so many times. Your history at Electrolux is different. Nestle tends to something that Whites does, but Nestle, when we speak about plastic, we speak about packaging, right? Or you spoke about the Nespresso and Dolce Gusto, but in your case, we're speaking about the product. So can you please tell us about your outlook for circular economy at Electrolux? You were telling me really interesting things for the systemic vision. I think it's so important to speak about it, about how these circularity goals for plastic and also the downstream and upstream chains so that they may learn a bit. And if you have a connection with climate, since we're here in this discussion, that will be really important. Thank you for the invitation to be here. It's always great to share a bit of what we're doing. Many people here don't know what Electrolux has been doing in this regard. I think we don't speak much, but we do a lot. Probably you know a lot about the brand. Electrolux is one of the leading brands in the world for appliances. And here in Brazil, we're present in more than 80% of the homes. So we're part of people's lives, daily lives, to prepare food, to clean their clothes, and so on. The products in the houses of consumers, what's the product that most consumes energy and water in your home? Probably it's an appliance. And now to speak about climate and then circular economy, decarbonization through increasing product efficiency is a priority for us because approximately 80% of the climate impact in our life cycle analysis is in the stage of use because it's consuming energy, but almost 15% is related to the raw materials, steel and plastic. That's why, in this sense, our most ambitious goal in this sector is to include plastic and recycled steel. We want to get to 35% by 2030. And when we speak about plastics, it's a complex thing because that plastic is a technical product. It requires a technical expertise, which is complex and needs to meet our quality standards. So this is an important issue. We look at the inclusion of recycled plastic. We use the wise plastic, also considering the climate agenda. We use PP, PS, ABS. We have a big difficulty and issues, for instance, to include recycled plastic in the inner parts of refrigerators as a result of contact with the food, and also on account of color and brilliance of and aesthetical issues. And our design area is really linked to this ability to understand how we can enable recycled plastic. Our external parts of our fridges, they're black and dark gray because we're using recycled plastics. Our handles, our design, our products, we do not paint plastic anymore. We use the specific color of plastic to improve recyclability. But as we look from a broader perspective, we see three aspects of circular economy. First, using less raw materials, original, and for instance, our water purifiers. We reduced almost by 40% the use of plastic without impairing the performance, and we use the raw materials for a longer time. We have been working strongly, and quite possibly in 2026 we will have a preventive maintenance service for appliances. In our cars, it's okay, but for appliances, 10, 15 years of use and we don't do it. Any preventive maintenance. Maybe for air conditioning uh, devices we do it, but for the other ones, not really. And many issues. We are testing the issue of products as services for maintenance and for a longer lifespan. And when we see, well, the product was used during its entire lifespan, and then we have the disposal, and we have a decree in Brazil. And only starting with this decree we have in the recent year, Electrolux was able to recycle more than 50,000 tons of electrodomestics appliances. Many people are looking this as a compliance expenses, and we saw it as an opportunity to have a new chain. We have already two actions, and one of them is the test of plastics in our lab. There's still little to go. We have plastics coming from the recycling of washing machines and refrigerators, and we're working to include PP and PS plastics in these materials coming from the recycling of those appliances of our own. And we also approved polyurethane, which is the foam in the refrigerators, through chemical recycling. from old refrigerators. So these are actions we're trying to enable to unlock opportunities because, as was well said, the costs issue is complex, and we have two aspects here which are interesting and important. The price variation of uh, new plastic leads to a loss of competitiveness. So if I get to 35% of, so I'm locked in that amount, and we have there was a question, global CEO was asked, uh, what about the costs of recycled plastic? His answer, I really liked it because we say we'll have to find this efficiency somewhere else. We won't do without it. So, as you said, there are some positions that must be strong. And in my conception, I always comment that we may advance regarding circular economy because it's a matter of supply and demand. This got to be clear on the table so that you as investors can invest more and add value and generate value. And we can advance up to a limit in terms of innovation. On the other hand, the companies that are using large volumes are not getting together as much as they could. So here we have an opportunity in the country in considering the taxation on recycles, maybe bringing the big sectors or industries to pull the ruler in some aspects because sometimes the regulation is doesn't help and even prevents progress. Well, we'll be speaking more about this offline, João, because this is my mission. And right now, to do this collective advocacy, to make things work towards more impact and results. A quick comment, we speak a lot about goals. We already have 10% of recycled plastic in the total overall plastic we use at Electrolux. We have been advancing internally. There's a lot to advance, but we are already having 5,000 tons of recycled plastics being used in Electrolux products. Some products have more than 60%. For instance, uh, uh, washing machines has more than a certain amount of plastic uh, in the other appliances. This is not communicated. This is not said. Do you think it's negative to say these things, just like Wise had a problem that the customers, well, there was this vision, but we had a survey with our customers, and in 2024, our customers liked the idea. So things are changing, the mindset's changing. Maybe led by packaging sectors, and we we have a survey, an in-person survey with fridges with different colors and ask them what the best colors. Light gray. We can't get to white with recycled plastic, right? And they knew that one of them was 100% recycled, so they always went for it. In the Brazilian market, yes, what an interesting thing, right? This is a breakthrough. It's interesting to understand this. I hope this will be reflected in your customers who want to buy and no longer have problems to communicate. Before this, I'd like to, regarding products as service, washing machines as service, dishwashers as services, all this will be a great rupture regarding the technical cycle of circular economy. And when the foundation was launched, the first video, I don't know who watched it, the future of a vision that we showed in the concept of circular economy was precisely a vision in which everything, all home appliances, were by services. And this has not yet happened. So Electrolux, if you guys lead this, well, since you touched on policies and everybody has been speaking, it's not enough to have voluntary commitments. And in 6 years of voluntary commitments of the Global Compact, of which Nestle is a signatory, among others who are here, one of our main conclusions is that voluntary commitments will not be enough to tackle plastic pollution. And that was the embryo that influenced the resolutions of the discussions of the resolutions in Peru and Rwanda at the UN 2023 Environmental Assembly 2022. where indeed the country said, well, voluntary commitments won't be enough, but the discussion of the global treaties on plastics, treaty on plastics, is not yet over. It was should have been in 2024 in Korea. There was a second round in Geneva in August, but they still haven't managed to even more now with the geopolitical issue that we're observing in the world. But it is a consensus. It won't be based on voluntary commitments anymore. So please, can you tell us a bit from the viewpoint of Nestle, who has just been starting to face a new decree, 12688 for reverse logistics. How much do these changes affect for you people and your companies, your businesses in Brazil, and the goals, or does it not affect because you are already beyond that? But also to bring some of the lessons learned, because you're already in this journey for some time with these actions. What's the main lesson learned? I'm sure that others want to learn from you. Surely, I'd like to compliment because João said he needs this. There is the need for this collective effort to speak about the topic. And I'd like to bring positive experiences that we in the food sector has had. The issues of packagings and recycled plastic materials in food packages is not like a cleaning company or something like that. So we do not have a regulations. We have that for PET bottles, and we do not have that for other materials. And it was an effort by the sector of associations to take this discussion to Anvisa. After one workshop, Anvisa has issued a questions and answers document with space for chemical recycling. So based on that, Nestle launched a Kit Kat with recycled plastic in its packaging as a manifesto packaging to show that chemical recycling can be among the various solutions that are possible, a feasible solution. So this happened because it extrapolated our scope, and when this discussion was taken to the government and to the sector at large. So we saw it happening, and we reinforced how important it is to have this position of discussing that with other companies of the sector, bringing organizations just like the Ellen MacArthur Foundation that help us be more provocative in terms of take up these commitments and influence the public policies as well. So Nestle, since we signed this commitment to Ellen, we have our commitments to reduce plastic packages, but Ellen is also a leader. It leads us in these discussions to take this position of the private sector and our needs and our requests as well to the government so that the government can have an influence. And I think that the legislation and regulations are necessary. And the truly important thing is that it's no surprise what's taking place in terms of legislation and regulations because we're observing things and we're taking our positions to the sector and so on. So, and more than that, we have the capacity to influence, for instance, in a regulatory transition for chemical recycling, which is already working for other products and consumption lines, but we still need a lot of regulations in this sense. So it is essential. Our voluntary commitments continue to be in effect. They'll continue to exist, but the legislation and regulations are important to move, to drive or the entire sector, because we increasingly understand that the issue of circularity, not only it, but of course for it, individual efforts are not enough, and we do need a collective effort. Great, and when you speak about chemical recycling, a big part of your packages are flexible, right? And Bruno, I think a technical lesson on, and I'll be back to the script soon. What's a part of it for flexible plastics in the market for you, or they're not part of your chains? Can you please give us a lesson on this more technical aspect, and then we'll get back to the question. The big issue of food items to begin with is that to have recycled food packages, you have a food source, so you can have the PET, the PET bottles, you can get to this material basically because your source is essentially based on these bottles. And if you have more than 95% of that, then you have a decontamination process and many tests, and you can resume this for the food aspect. If you look outside Brazil, you have polyethylene, you have the food degree, and technology has evolved a lot. The issue is that internationally in the US, UK, and so on, you have a lot of milk and orange juice in polyethylene bottles. In the US, that's almost always the case. So you have a specific logistics, reverse logistic for that. You can have the procedures to recycle, and it will return to the same kind of food use. Then you have success. In Brazil, you have few polyethylene except for the flexible plastics. So not from the source, and it will be difficult to get to it. In the case of polypropylene, which is a different thing, we have, for example, butter, ice cream, packages, and so on. If you have a specific logistics for this is a reality for rich countries, so we're a bit blocked of up to where we can get. You need a chain that can go along with this objective to the other end. And what I do is mechanical recycling. She spoke about chemical recycling. It's another stage. It's still not frequent in the world. You take plastic and through chemical processes, you return it to its original state as if it were initial or new plastic. In the future, you will have a lot of chemical recycling, and this energy balance is not yet round. And the energy you expend with energy more or less what you have spent. So it's not yet clear. I think there are many works of the currently there is a pathway towards this place. I think this could be a boring topic, but flexible plastics are more difficult to recycle than new plastic. So in order to last more, sometimes it has 11, 13, 14 layers of plastic. In that thin film, you have different layers. If I don't know what I am recycling, there's no way of knowing where I'll get to. So the possible recycling returns to the chemical side. In the case of flexible plastics, you have a more, if you see in Brazil, PET, polypropylene, their levels are much higher, 50% perhaps, while in the case of flexible plastics, the ratios are much lower, and they don't have a market value, and that's true. Now, bringing it back to the script, I'd really like, thank you, because I'd really like you to explain this distinction for us. You said something, João, that is, I can't only see the downstream aspect of this thing you spoke about. You spoke about something that can only be solved in the selection of materials. From the beginning, when I reflect on which are the materials, you always spoke about monomaterials, substitutions, as we're saying right now, paper-based packages to substitute flexible ones as a foundation. We will be increasingly working with this. Can you speak a little bit about what you think as a challenge to increase scale and to create competitors that will challenge you as an industry to increase scale to this market of recycling products? So I think there's a piece of we must speak about regulations, and I think João spoke well about it. Companies are driving this. When you see Electrolux using recycled materials, you see Unilever, Natura, all these folks, they're proving that it's possible. But once again, they perhaps pay more expensive in the plastic or not, but this entire process is more expensive. You need to adjust your procedures, and there's a lot of people who need to work to make it possible. So this set is not an economic choice, at least nor in the short run. Other things had to be adjusted. People were looking for green bonds or accounting procedure, or it would be more appreciated in the stocks markets, or he will advance in this chain, showing that it is feasible, and then will influence the advocate before the government and say, I proved it's possible. Here's my shampoo with 100% recycled package. And when the government says, well, everybody's got to do it, then you have another chain which has been created, and the price will be competing among recycled ones, but no longer with new materials. This facilitates the predictability of demand, the vision of how to invest and how to get to the futures. So in this setting or this milieu, it is super important for producing this. The other aspect brought by Luisa, I agree with it. Any application must be looked at in its overall context. I'm not against the film practice. If this increase the durability of food items and you're still here, we'll have to flee from that. Let's try to improve this package and do it as monomaterial. But there are properties there that are important. But this whole accounting needs to be considered from the start. I'll have to use it. And in the end, it will get to the cooperative group anyway. I have to know what I'll do with it. If this will be transformed into energy or go through chemical change, what will the film producer be doing, or the guy who's using it will subsidize this separation to be worthwhile for the cooperative, and this material will have another life. So looking at this entire life cycle, which is obviously difficult for any application, I think it's a fairer comparison of this plastic with other materials. I don't know, maybe aluminum, or maybe it could meet the same end, the cost and energy balance of anything. And if you're looking at the entire life cycle of this material,
So I don't know how
a beer box, somebody will take it and say, well, 20 reais, 30 reais, and this will end up in Gerdau and other places. So this flow exists and it's completely informal. I think this outlook of understanding how to structure this chain is more of looking at the end, it's important. We have just launched at the green mining station here. They on they're paying more for the recyclable pickers. If you pay for refrigerators in the end, a bit more people perhaps will take their home appliances to be recycled. And it's still a small proof of concept, but we're entering an intermediary stage of the chain, and let's take it to the other end. So I think this could be more formalized and requested by the national legislation to give more attention to this end, which is more informal nowadays. And I think that reverse logistics, when we look at it, is the possibility of generating new raw materials. Because when, as Bruno speaks, the separation that we do with our partner today, it has reverse manufacturing, separating the different types of plastics. And we know that some plastics come from electronic parts. So there is a stronger potential for recyclability. And I think all this is important. I'd like to comment quickly on this because there was some insights and you commented on it. Bruno spoke about the film. We have an issue. More than half of our package is IPS, styrofoam. IKEA, a Swedish company, also brought it to us internationally and say, I want you to zero the EPS in the coming years, styrofoam. We did all tests and showed them a 200-page report saying it's not yet possible. They understood it and they reconsidered. So we do not yet have nowadays a material that enables heavy, lasting goods without some things are really necessary. What was the conclusion? We do not have to zero IPS, but how to recycle it better. So we're working with Pauline now, and we have started working with a new concept to understand how we can improve the conditions of APS conditions uh, to improve things for pickers, so we can strengthen the circularity. We have 30% of PCR, and we have styrofoam, um, film plastics, and the three volumes that we have in our products nowadays. And the cool thing is that 100% of our products, we were able to change it already for prefab. It's a cardboard. I think these are legal aspects related to it, and we are able to conquer that space. So, and another thing to be quickly commented on, I think that the issue of recyclable plastics and the advancement of this material requires investment to look specifically at this, at Electrolux. For a long time, we were not able to advance because we wanted to add plastic in the development of products from design to the launching, getting to people's homes. Generally, this process has a chronogram, it has tight margins, and we did not have a shelf material, a recycled plastic in our shelf. We had to take it from these products with a dedicated team for sustainable packages, which is dialoguing continuously with the technical teams of suppliers to develop the appropriate materials so that when we get to the products, we'll have these products on the shelf to add them to our products. This is a lesson learned over the path. And we have in our R&D design folks who are also always looking at these two issues. And a curious thing, an interesting thing, Electrolux was the first company of the world to launch washing machine opened on top with a microplastic film. The largest source of microplastics in the world are clothing, because when the clothes circulate inside the machine, the synthetic fiber goes to the sewage, and they don't capture the sewage doesn't capture this microplastic. And we have filters for frontal opening washing machines, but we didn't have any machines for the superior opening, and we have this filter that captures almost 95%. Of course, it's not enough to throw things in the sink, but it's cool because it was another issue coming from the plastics issue, and we found ways within our own business to reduce this type of pollution. So, as a solution for the fashion industry, textiles still downstream, but since the problem, the issue is there, uh, I understood that the closing of today session is somebody who will be speaking about oceans. I'll do the spoiler here. So it has something to do. You want to react? I think this is cool, considering the microplastics. But what calls my attention when you speak about infrastructure before is that indeed, what's missing? In the recent 10 years, we were able to prove the technical feasibility of many things and some scale where people used to say, I did 2 bottles. And I said, no, if you, we need 10 dozens of thousands of tons in the world, providing, supplying for industries that didn't say these things 15 years ago for their shampoo or Natura's kayak or the dishwashers or uh, so I think this part has evolved a lot. And what I think that's still missing, it's related to the previous question, is the coherence in terms of size. So in terms of new plastics, we're speaking about 800 tons in Brazil. 800, and when we look at urban waste, you have 80 tons in Brazil. So 8 million of new plastic coming in and 80 tons in terms of waste and this proportion, this ratio. And when you look at recycling, we do 30,000 tons for 50,000 tons, and they say we're big. But for 8 million tons on the other end, so the scale is not happening, and this is not, if I grow up and any competitive, we won't cope with the challenge. So it's not about 10% per year. How do you, and this is, there's a discussion on heavy things, on heavy investment, on infrastructure, equipment, in which you need to have this legal framework to be able to do this and look forward and say, well, I'll pay this in 10 years. So this coherence and the all ends, looking at all stakeholders in some ways, what's the difficulty of Electrolux, and at the same time, uh, how we will cope with pickers who need to be correctly remunerated, or the logistics of materials that have to be remunerated. And this whole system, we haven't found the perfect coherence, only to operate in some volume that you can say you're a company, but not comparable to the ends of our market. Excellent. It's good to see that you spoke about the pickers, because one of the dialogues we have with the pickers most frequently, they understand everything of circular economy, commodities market. They understand it better than many experts, truly. And I wrote a paper before IMC4, which discussed the global treaty. I wrote it with Aline Souza, who is a leading picker in Brasilia, and she wrote to the president about the role of design to improve what get to their hands and how they don't have calculations about this, but I'm sure somebody has calculated it, how much their work loses efficiency because the design of products is done for garbage discarding. It is really meant or aimed at the landfill, which unfortunately still exists, and how much looking from the design standpoint. And if the pickers could influence the design of those resin and these materials and plastic products, you could get to a much higher efficiency, which is the big issues when you speak about scaling up. The mechanical separation by them ends up to be less efficient. uh, how much the design choices will have an influence on the entire chain and on the remuneration of pickers. And we speak about, they see the role that they can have, and the decree has kind of dialogues with that about reuse, reverse logistic, because then you'll increase the value of the service that they provide. I will now, can you take the microphone? Does anybody in the audience would like to, would anybody like to ask a question in the audience? Yes, we have somebody. The mic has to be like this, right? It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Nicolau. I am a product designer. I work at Gramacho with collectors of our landfill who were for a long time the largest landfill of Latin America. The work we do today is upcycling product development based on their collection. But what I'd like to tell you is research is really important, design is important, the collectors or pickers are important, but have you thought about the collectors in the front line of research and development of these products and solutions? Because generally we speak about the collectors and they're speaking about reverse logistics as working as operators, and I have never seen it. So I'd like to know if you've seen anything like this, because that's what we're trying to work there. I have one example that I saw, but I'd like to pass the mic to the panelist. Triciclos company, which was operating, it was in Chile, which had the collectors together with the design teams to say, well, this, when it gets to me, it's only a volume which is stored. Wow, that was a strong thunder. It will pass. That's the Amazon. Open the zipper and then you close it and let's go. I saw the change of a package. What was the new one? It was a Nestle package. I saw it in Chile. I th uh, I think that hearing the collectors is really important. One example, not from the development of a product, but in the development of an initiative, is that Nestle has capsules, plastic, Dolce Gusto, Nespresso, and so on. And by looking at how capsules would get to the cooperative, we noticed that it was enough to have organic materials and plastic and aluminum. It would get one at a time. So imagine in that big mountain of waste, they having to select capsules. So one of our initiatives uh, for to increase recycling cooperatives, what did we need to group to do a partnership with cooperatives so that this waste could be collected, and our service providers, were going to take them to a screening center for recycling. What did we do? We started distributing recycling bags together with the capsules when they were sent and bought by the site and sent to the consumers. We started sending them green bags so that the capsules could be discarded in these bags, and when you get to the cooperative you would have a filled bag, so it was easier for the cooperate member would go to the gear and get all that volume and then forward it to recycling. So this is an example of what we had to learn with the cooperatives for an initiative of communications and engagement. Why not? But so that consumers could also understand that they placed it in the little bag, it would be easier for the cooperatives. And now speaking about P&D, R&D in strict sense and a broader perspective on how we learn with the collectors. João, a comment which is interesting. We have worked a lot with recyclers, not so much with collectors. But we have an example of COSINA Recycling, a partner in Europe with a huge report. They are saying, I'm not able to separate this piece from the other piece, and that makes recycling more difficult in the end of the life cycle. When you have a mineral load in some plastic, for instance, in X or Y technical level, I often can't separate a PS from a PP because they have a similar density. So this makes things difficult in the other end. So I think these lessons learned are important to say How can I change my things in R&D and design to facilitate processes in the other end? And something we have discussed globally, we need to create some standardized technical specifications for the sector. For instance, in our case, we'll obtain um, chalk from a specific material to have a better product. But if the others don't do it, maybe it's not going to be so easy. So it's hard to understand in the end of the life cycle of a product or in the collector's business, and which are the impacts. All this is essential, fundamental, and we've been working a lot now with our partners as well as with collectors in this way. Great, and this only strengthens the issue of voluntarily taking the decision. And if you create the rule of the game, um, the rules are for a linear economy. We speak a lot about remanufacturing. We do not have a legislation on remanufacturing in Brazil. We already do it, but there are no regulations, right? That's why it's necessary to understand why is it, and it is a super technical issues. What's manufactured versus maintenance or whatever. So we do need a lot of regulation. Another point is this approximation with the end. Uh, we do manufacturing and harvesting with a product with 10, 12 years. We don't have a spare piece for restoring it. And a circuit of you get a circuit, for instance. I heard a case from Stellantis of manufactured pieces, parts. They're advancing the market, and they're obtaining profit with it. I think there's an interesting market to be explored in this sense of parts. Yes, 60% of Apple's market is a remanufacturing market. In Brazil, it's zero. Look at the size of the market we have here. And a small spoiler, we are articulating a memorandum of understanding between Brazil and China. It's one of my big achievements in this COP, in the bilateral dialogues. China, which has a huge remanufacture industry for many actors, is signaling to Brazil about what needs to happen in our market, in our regulations. Don't tell people, okay? Any questions? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Onofre from Do Cycle. It's a pleasure to see this panel, uh, to watch it. I'd like to ask you specifically regarding the Brazilian landscape. Our legal framework establishes responsibilities for the actors along the chain and the end of cycle and the final users as well. And it's important. You mentioned the difficulty of collecting, and I think many other sectors also have that. I also noticed that regarding this actor, there is eventually a lack of repertoire of knowledge on the situation of their consumption relations, and this is related to education, largely related. And the legal framework speaks about communication and education. When we imagine the repertoire of education for these people exclusively from the standpoint of the state, I think we're faced with some difficulties, right? Um, and my question is in the sense of, well, even this is not a function by companies per se, but from the standpoint of risk management, if you do a Pareto, you see a big concentration of waste in many brands. If it doesn't occur, with you the idea of being also present either as advocates or supporters for the coming generations, for the creation of a larger repertoire from the standpoint of consumers and citizens, more specifically thinking about citizen, you're speaking about the role of consumers of taking or products or to select or to produce reverse logistics or a bit of everything. I think it has to do with an outlook of consumers and the search for a partner's citizenship without trying to be romantic. In as much as consumers and citizens are aware that by taking this waste to their door, it won't solve the problem. So the brand be able to communicate with this person so that he will understand that he's a part of this context and he needs to do their contribution. Otherwise, when it gets to the clean cycle and it gets to the shelf, and based on and from then on things, um, and the citizen from the standpoint of their political elections to have also this in their voting repertoire as well. And eventually, the companies will be able to help in this education aspect. We'll have to speak about separation and origin at some point. But please, Cecilia, yes, I'll speak about some experiences. We speak a lot about shared responsibility. We need this waste to return to us or get to a cooperative so that it can be referred. In terms of education properly, we can look to our influence area field, which is our collaborators, 30,000 people. It's not as significant, but it's 30,000 people with their family members, and we have specific training sessions for the community, internal community of Nestlé. Education and the closer in so far is within one's own community, but we do have relevant options of taking content on recycling, and we use it. One of them is the package itself, to use the packages as an engagement tool for recycling. A classical example of a successful engagement are the Nespresso boutiques. So we have high rates of recycling in those stores because the Nespresso stores, those who go, the coffee experts who sell the coffee to them always have the discourse of selling to recycling. So when a person enters a boutique, the person is impacted by this message, and there are high recycling rates in the boutiques. But we need to take this message to a mass level. It is a matter of communications. That's the tool we have to get to the consumers. It is by speaking of our communication channels and taking this message forward, and always within a large of messages that compete with recycling, sustainability per se. So it is used in our communication tools. We do it to speak about this aspect. Now, specifically regarding education and people, our successful experiences within our own Nestlé internal community. About consumers, but the teachers themselves or facilitators. It is a particular vision that from the strategic management, risk manage of the brands, perhaps structured activities with the governmental bodies and so on. It's a suggestion. Bruno, there are 2 points now. You spoke about the standardization of design. It's super important. If you have a detergent with the same smell, you have PET and polyethylene bottles. And how do you separate? And you say, the picker looks behind it, and they'll separate thousands of packages per day. It's impossible to look at the label. It's also going to shampoo, many packages changing from polyethylene to PET, and they take it, and then you have a polyethylene, which is R$ 3, 3.50, and a PET bottle is worth PET 5 cents. So the selection, when it is done through the brand, you have to take into consideration. Through circularity, you have to bring it with the participation of collectors, but there is a limited capacity. Regarding Onofre's point, it is super relevant. The issue is let's take a step back. In the region, we did some work with schools, but there's a prior step, which is a type of standardization of the work of the government on what do we want people to learn? What's the solution? Because they'll have to take it somewhere, separated in which ways, because in each city of Brazil you have different ways. In a city you separate plastics, in the other the dry waste, OPP, and so on. In each place things are a bit different. So it's hard to define the curriculum. What do we want to teach? That awareness is essential, and this is something that I am able to see. Now, the practical selection that maybe Nestle and other brands can get to, if they'll send the packaging to São Paulo or Rio de Janeiro, then the instructions are different of what the consumers must do. So this legal framework as a country on how is reverse logistics, which are the responsibilities of each party, and so when everything belongs to everybody, things get complicated for consumers. So there's room for improvement here. This is a crucial aspect of responsibility, shared responsibility versus best practices of extended responsibilities. It's a crucial point. Our legislation speak about shared the responsibilities. There's a gray zone because the origin of our legislation is diffuse in terms of shared responsibility. There will be different opinions in this room about what's best. But from the standpoint of our foundation, I'm not a company. I do not produce packages. I have to say that the best practices and more effective systems speak about the extended producers' responsibilities or liabilities, which is different. And our legislation speaks about importers, traders, the municipality, the company, the producing company. There are many entities. It's a dog with many owners, many masters, and all the legislations that come derive from PMRS, and that's the basis. So that you touched on a crucial aspect. This is a hornet's nest in Brazil, and we need to look at it. And the other thing you spoke about consumers, and now what Bruno mentioned, the Decree 2688, which speaks about reverse logistics, I really celebrated it. It speaks about reverse logistics and as well as reuse in equal proportion. And from the standpoint of our foundation, the three large systemic barriers that we need to overcome in this coming decade to face plastic pollution are infrastructure of recyclable collection, flexible packages, and we're waggering on the paper-based packages for substitutes, and reuse when you have reuse models and you naturally or intrinsically decrease drastically what will go to the waste management systems. So it speaks about the hook for consumers is the voluntary collection spots, places. When I read that in all papers, I said, without the participation of consumers, it will be difficult. How will we be able to cope with this? And that's your point, Onofre. We have 10, 9, 8, and we're in the countdown for the end of the panel. Let's observe the time. Okay, let's be mindful as Brazilians, because this panel for me was extremely pleasurable, and I've been learning so much with you, and I hope that we can continue in touch. I'd like to thank for the audience for your participation and questions. We will be here for the rest of the day, remainder of the day, speaking about circular economy. Please give a round of applause to our panel speakers. Good afternoon. Welcome to CASE. I am Cecilia, Sustainability Manager at Nestle. It's a great joy to be receiving you here today at CASE. CASE is a coalition of large Brazilian companies, CASE, Itaú, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Nestle, and Vale, which got together to reinforce the active engagement of the entrepreneurial private sector in the climate and nature agenda. Our objectives at CASE are to increase visibility to cases and solutions that have been implemented, which are scalable, to promote dialogue and multiply and mobilize multiple sectors, and reaffirm the potential of Brazil and of our companies in terms of economic development, social justice. CASE was active between 11th to 17th of November, is active. We approach at each day one action theme at COP. So we spoke about food systems, bioeconomy, infrastructure, finance, economic transition, energetic transition, and today circular economy. Are more than 100 speakers who are here with us this week and members of the coalition who made it all happen. Our knowledge partners, Mandala, Accenture, and CBETS, and the TM1 producer. We hope you to thoroughly enjoy, and we hope you're enjoying this experience. Now we'll begin the panel, Circularity and Productiveness, which will approach how the adoption of circular models can bolster productivity, sustainability in integrated ways by presenting solutions with efficiency gains and increased competitiveness while strengthening resilience vis-a-vis climate and regulatory pressures. So to this dialogue, I invite to the stage the president of International Alliance of Waste Pickers, Severino Jr. The Director for Sustainability at Lewis Environmental Solutions, Ayla Kipper. The General Manager of Sustainability of the Brazilian Company of Aluminum, CBA, Leandro Faria. And to moderate the panel, the Senior Director of Policy, Advocacy, and Member Mobilization of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, Jenny Dodson. Welcome. And wishing everyone a great discussion. So, sorry, I won't be speaking in Portuguese during the whole panel, but I'm glad, really glad to be here in Brazil and here in Belém. I did my postdoc studies in Rio de Janeiro in this field of green chemistry. I am really happy to be here today dialoguing about this topic.
My title. I think that is the longest. I win the prize for the longest title. But we've got a fantastic panel, and I'm really excited for this conversation here today. This is also a chance for you to ask questions. You know, I think you will probably have the best questions about what you want to know from these brilliant panelists that I've got here. So please do, we'll start off with a few questions, but after that I would love to open it up to all of you to ask the questions that you have. So first of all, I've been, I don't know about you, but I've been to many panels and events, and I think quite often we get straight into the technicality or straight into the business angle, and so much of what we're trying to do is about people. And it is the people that really drive action and drive innovation and drive solutions. So I'd love to hear from each of you, first of all, like what was there a moment where you suddenly thought, circular economy, this is really important and I want to do something about it. You know, what is it that motivates you about this topic and this area? So perhaps I can come to you first, Leandro.
Muito bem, obrigado. Obrigado pela.
Thank you. I am Leandro, responsible for the sustainability field at CBA. It's an honor for me to be participating in a panel with such competent colleagues, and I'm thankful for to the CASE team for the invitation, this set of companies which is enabling this space and these valuable discussions to us all. You see, CBA is the Brazilian company, aluminum company. It's a young lady, 75 years of operations already, and aluminum has many, say, features or specificities intrinsic to the material which make it an extremely valuable material for the conditions that we face today in terms of climate change combat and for the sustainable future, especially in connection with energy transition. But our dialogue today is about circularity with this focus, which we will be speaking about. Aluminum or aluminium is infinitely recyclable. First, that's where the first issue is born that makes us think that without circularity, the aluminum industry would be facing difficulties. An important figure, just to bring some color to our dialogue, 75% of the all aluminum produced in the world from the first production is still available to be recycled. And nowadays, the production of aluminium is approximately 111 million tons per year. 41 million of them come from recycling, post-consumption, or um, by industrial processes, procedures. This means that to say that it is essential. The collection, returning, production of aluminum, and this cycle from end to end. Over the coming years, until 2050, the production of aluminum should grow by 50%, and 80% of these 50% must come from recycling. Therefore, for aluminum, it was not, is this important or relevant? Yes, it is. It is a key feature in many aspects, from the standpoint of cutting emissions, from the standpoint of costs control, and from the standpoint of positive social impacts. But we will be speaking about this further on during our dialogue.
Motivating you in this topic.
Bom, falar de
Well, about the collection and refinement of used and contaminated oil, and this oil that we do not find in the environment because it is collected and refined. It's part of our daily lives in our company, especially in the automotive sector, but not only in it, also in the electric sector with the transformers, agricultural sector, and you'll have this basic oil, this base oil. But the main sector that produces this lubricant oil, which is the automotive sector, the car sector. Because when we take the lubricant oil in our car, it is composed of 80-90% of basic oil, and the rest are additives, which serve to transform this lubricant into a finished lubricant. And such lubricant, when it is reused, that is collected and refined and re-refined is the way of recycling it, it will return to the market again as a circular product of an origin based on the waste, and consequently with an infinitely lower carbon footprint. That is, we analyze the life cycle and we can say that 77% less emissions with the Luarte basic oil for the lubricants than the lubricants coming from oil, from petrol, from the first refinement of crude petrol. We're in a process of energy transition. Speaking about circular economy, It has everything that we need, so we can say this is an industry of the future. It has come to stay and to collaborate with the environment. And were it not for this collection and refinement, where would this oil be going to? To the environment by contaminating rivers, the soil, the air, because it would be legally burned. So this entire process of collection and refined of used and contaminated lubricant oil, and the process in a collection and re-refine um, plant is used as just like Luart still follows circular processes so as not to produce waste. That is the entire productive process with a lower footprint, base oil with that will be the base of the lubricant, of the finished lubricant, does not have a production of waste, residues. So the entire productive process has a circularity. The water that's used in the process, the catalyzers that lead to the metallic bonds, the entire process, light hydrocarbonates to heat the plant, in addition to producing a product which is a product with a lower footprint than the first refinement from petrol. The productive process is circulate as well. It has everything to do with passion of working with this topic. It's a passionate. I'm passionate for this topic.
So I think, yeah, great I hear from both of you the commitment and the passion for this area. And really pleased to come now to you, Severino. And I think it's really important that we've got somebody who does represent and is coming from, you know, the workers and the people in the space. And yeah, I'd love to hear from you what your perspective on this is, and you know, what is the motivation? What is it that you know, the people that you are working with are you know, hoping to achieve for a more circular economy?
Obrigado, Virginie. Meu nome é Severino Júnior.
I am Severino Jr., waste picker, recyclable materials. Since I was 13, I live in Natal, in the northeast of Brazil. I am currently a member of the national movement of waste pickers. We have Rosaline, our colleague from Curitiba. I am from the northeast. We're approximately 800,000 to 1 million waste pickers in Brazil. And today I am responsible for presiding the International Alliance of Waste Pickers. I was elected in Argentina by 43 countries, and now we're 58 countries already. Circularity for us comes when, after people spoke about globalization, this type of concepts for us, waste pickers of recyclable materials. Maybe you don't know it, but today we're 40 million people in the world, in Africa, Asia, North America, waste pickers. Latin America, Europe, each continent with their way of structuring themselves. And there's always a new concept such as circularity. So we need to learn to be in this topic so that other people won't be speaking in our behalf. There's no need for somebody from Oxford or from an international organization to speak, oh, I want to help waste pickers and please give me some money and this will help in the circularity. Brazil has a reverse logistic. I must have an intermediate actor to present the data. This will be over. In Brazil, we should have 13 or 14 organizations speaking in about reverse logistic, which is the same thing as circularity. And we are the ones who do it. 80% of the materials that get to the industry go through the hands of waste pickers in the collection programs, in the streets, in the landfills, and in the collection centers, sometimes with the municipality support, sometimes without it. So we have been practicing circularity already. There is a hero in the planet that is not worse off are the waste pickers. We are heroes. And circularity appears, so we'll be researching about it. In the movement, some people speak about politics, the other techniques, and I myself internationally and some colleagues, because if we do not go abroad, the colleagues in Africa, for 10, 15 years and delayed in terms of received support. Some LAC countries with the recognition of waste pickers work. And then we came across the MacArthur Foundation, the first one to speak about circular economy, and we started realizing this is what I have practiced. I don't need to learn so much about the literature because I'm already practicing it. That's how circular economy emerges for us. We are executors of it. We are participating in this international large-scale process. We're learning all waste return process, reverse logistics in Brazil as APR in Latin America, was completely different from Northern America. And of course, since we're children, I know aluminum is better than other materials economically. It does not pollute the environment. I have already discussed intensely with many experts because they said, the iron cans decompose. Yes, it does. They do, just like plastics. Because people invented the biodegradable purse, and then you have the microplastics. And I challenged him 2 aluminum cans and 2 bottle cans. Of course, the aluminum cans disappeared because people took it to sell. And this is circularity. This is the thesis, not asking people to consume consciously, because we'll get to a COP30. The COP of execution, which is practicing. I am really glad to today, at least I have 2 models of mineral water distributed at a COP, which at least one is economically really good. The other one, we are negotiating. I can't mention the name because they're your supporters. We participate in many international forums, and I'm not here to do value judgments about their raw materials, but I can speak about plastic. That's our work. We're getting to the international treaty on plastics. If this would be, according to the treaty, this is an enemy of the oceans and of nature, and unless there are precise collection services, it's not enough to include it in the COP30 with 70,000 and thousands of people. There are so many plastic bottles, and the cans, I don't know where the cans are going because every day I'm there at the cooperative group that's receiving these materials. So circularity is a bit of this for us, and I'm thankful for your question.
Terms of the number of people that you're working is. I think just to stay on that topic, I don't know whether Leandro and Ayla, you've got any kind of reflections on, the social aspects of the work you're doing and how you're engaging with the workers, or employees like in your own company or people in your value chain, in order to bring them along on this journey of circular economy and how they're responding to that. Either of you, if you want to respond.
Please. Ladies first.
Primeiras damas. First ladies. When we speak about the specific chain, about the social aspects of this chain, we're working in our industry with this topic strongly, and we established a committee for sustainability, then a commission for sustainability, and then we started working with our collaborators about the circularity and sustainability mindset more emphatically, while understanding that the culture of sustainability is what provides support to companies in this topic and not the opposite. Because it's not enough to come top down. If you do not have all collaborators engaged, this will not reverberate and will not happen inside the companies. So we work the topic as sustainability culture in our company. We also have a social work. So the company has more than 83,000 impacted persons. More than 83,000 persons impacted by our social projects in the communities, specifically connected to our matrix, which is in Lençóis Paulista, in the country of São Paulo. We have some social projects in our subsidiary companies. We have enhancing them. It's one of our goals. We have 20 subsidiaries throughout Brazil, and one including also here, not in Belém, but close to Belém in Ananindeua. We have been trying to bring the social projects in this way of decentralized ways to impact the society where our subsidiaries are. But it is a process. It's investments and budget dedicated to this. We have it. And we have some goals along the coming years to meet the decentralization of our social projects, which are around our matrix as a result of the movement that we have in the city where we are located. So, from the standpoint of social activities, CBA and the companies that are linked to its Votorantim portfolio and members of the Votorantim group, investees, since long ago, we have invested in stocks and social development pillars that are clear. One of them is education. The second is economic dynamism, and this is where the recycling topics fits in. The third one is support to public management, and in the recent years we have invested in action lines in health. What does it mean in terms of public health? It means social projects that contribute with the municipal authorities and governments, executive, sometimes legislative branches, to get better structured in terms of how to enable and improved health conditions for the city. So this means support to public management. And the health dimension is one of them. More recently, over the past 3 years, we have worked in supporting municipalities to identify the risks in connection to climate change and emergencies and to get better prepared for those scenarios. And finally, we have invested and made good efforts and a lot of funds in the management or in support to cooperative groups from the regions where we operate. And this support to their management fits in the pillar of economic dynamism. This means that we develop small-scale local entrepreneurs and waste pickers and cooperatives. They fit into this dimension of how can we support municipalities and local cooperatives in structuring themselves, getting more prepared. So this dimension has taught us a lot about how to deal with this process. Nowadays, people speak a lot about payments for environmental services, for climate, forests, and so on. We believe that the same process should be applied to the payment of social services. The dynamic procedures of cooperative pickers and cooperatives should be considered as a service to the society. And it is within this context that we see to provide to the cooperatives, for those that understand that it's necessary, development in terms of management, in terms of how to structure themselves, and development in terms of how to seek financing lines that will facilitate their structuring from the standpoint of infrastructure in these cooperative groups with which we are active.
I'm going to stay with you two for a moment to focus on shifting into, why are some businesses moving into this space and moving into an approach to circularity, the circular economy, and perhaps why others aren't. So, just a few reflections on what differentiates, maybe your companies or other companies that you see around that are really seeing the opportunity in this space around circular economy. What are the lessons learned? What can be taken forward by other companies?
Fica à vontade também para.
Okay, please feel comfortable to speak and interrupt me whenever you wish, okay? Let's do a trio with Severino. Well, The lubricating oil is a dangerous waste, residues. That's why reverse logistics is a bit different from plastic, aluminum, and so on, as packages. And there is an industry along the way, which is the collection and refinement industry that works with this used and contaminated oil. And when we speak about this impact of circularity, when we speak about how much this collaborates to the environmental issues, we're saying that if this oil were not collected, it would end up in any place in the society and really produce an environmental and social problem or issue. So when we bring it for being re-refined and we speak about circular economy and then take this product back to the market, we collaborate with the discussion on the topic with our own collaborators and with the society. So we have been bringing up this transformation mindset um, regarding this topic. And I believe that a relevant topic in all this is to speak about governance. Because if we do not have governance, and I think we are all solidly founded upon the governance of our industries, this is what maintains this topic of sustainability high and strong and makes it really be effective in not only a chat, but be effective inside the companies and be a part of our budgetary choices. For instance, at Luarte recently our discussion is, will we invest? We are expanding the industry, our plant, and 60% our current capacity. When we say that we are expanding, there's a budgetary issue reflecting on the productive process, and how we cut emissions. Because how will we increase our capacity without increasing our emissions? That's the point. So which projects will we adopt? There's a cost-effective ratio in this. We have so many green projects with an environmental and climate impact. Let's now seek green debentures. So we are looking for climate financing. And we sought this financing in connection with this area. So thinking about this entire ecosystem is part, and discussing it inside the company, bringing our own employees to be present in that is part of this process, so that we're able to develop this sustainability culture effectively and bring this topic up in solid ways, and not only as a chat.
A lot of engagements and the governance as well. Yeah, perhaps you also want to share, and then really want to come back to you, Severina, please.
Exatamente, muito mais do que
Yes, it's a lot more than an impact sentence or phrase, a catchphrase, or an opportunistic thing. At CDA, we have been working with the sustainability concept since our foundation. How does it materialize in these words that I've said? We produce aluminum in completely integrated way. What does it mean? That means we generate our own electric energy. We obtain the bauxite, which is the mineral. We refine this bauxite in a product named alumina, and then we turn it into aluminum. Normally, these procedures are separate, these processes in different specific mining plants or aluminum plants and metal production plants throughout the world. And since, for 70 years ago, I said this in the beginning, that we are celebrating our 70th anniversary. Our founders were already able to conciliate the production of renewable electric energy with environmental conservation. This means that those electric power plants that produce our energy, they're in the Ribeira Valley in the state of São Paulo. That's where we have the biggest protected area of Atlantic forest in Brazil. It's called the Legacy of Waters. 32,000 hectares. It's more or less the size of the city of Belo Horizonte, where 7 of our plants are. And on that occasion, 70 years ago, there was already in our founders the awareness that it is necessary to preserve the water basin so that there should be enough water to generate energy, and this energy could be transformed into aluminum. So this entire area was purchased, maintained, and preserved, and nowadays it is a private sustainable development reserve. So that's why I say it's already part of our essence. And this is an element that distinguishes us, as since it's part of our essence. We also have a good adequate governance, a council that discusses sustainability issues with our sustainability committee, dedicated with external members and participating actively in it. Our 2030 strategy has 10 leverages or dimensions, 15 programs, and 33 objectives. I invite you all to access our website and learn about these objectives. And one of these leverages is linked to recycling. So it's part of our, as a material issue, it's part of our governance, and it is in our essence. This brings us to a position of discussing sustainability and recycling from the strategic standpoint. And why is it strategic? To close these words, each ton of aluminum produced with recycled materials, with recycled aluminum, consumes 5% of the necessary energy to produce the same volume of aluminum going through the conventional stages, because you eliminate the 2 main stages, carbon-intensive stages and impact stages in this process, which are the production of alumina and the production of liquid metal. So recycling is the essence of aluminum's nature.
Themes in terms of culture, governance, like it being embedded in the heart of the business strategy, but as well as opportunity, you know, perspective of the future and leadership. Thank you. Severina, I'm really keen to then get your views about, you know, what is it that, you know, you and your, you know, the International Alliance of Waste Pickers are looking for from business. You mentioned before the plastics treaty, and we know actually that lots of businesses are not backing, you know, the plastics treaty, for example. So, you know, what is it that, you know, perhaps you're looking for from business in order to deliver for the people that you're working for, and some of the topics that you touched on before?
First of all, I'd like to congratulate you, Jennifer, for the excellent moderation. I think that the topics, they've got to converge in the sense that we are speaking about circularity based on direct consumption of packages in a chain which is not the Biolux channel. I was really well understood. And the issue of CBA. And you are able to mediate this interaction. As regards the plastics treaty, we were able to raise awareness on part of the large industries. I see here Nestle, Natura. These are large-scale industries that produce consumer goods with which we have direct relationships. Nestle is our FCI partner, the International Forum, as well as Ambev, Coca-Cola, and other brands which produce packages. That's not the case of CBA, which produces raw material, and somebody will use them for packages. And the cool thing about this is different responsibilities. The industry is responsible for what it produces and generates and brings to the market. Consumers are responsible for what they're taking in their homes. They can take an aluminum or Tetra Pak can or a plastic can. It's their responsibility, their free decision. In Brazil, reverse logistics We see in other countries the responsibility, shared responsibility. We see it in Brazil. Responsibility is shared. The industry that produces, the people that consume, to establish an effective circularity system. But this bumps into the political commitment of city halls, which are responsible for the waste. And there is a small factor which I consider to be the largest of all, which is the participation of waste pickers of our professional category. And the city halls won't do selective collection. They spend a river of money. Sometimes they have a contract with a company, as here at COP, beautiful COP, marvelous, incomparable. The only comparable COP to that of Brazil is the COP of Paris in the sense of negotiations and participation. Apart from Paris, well, the two recent ones were trial tests for Brazil to shine here. Dubai, I was there in all of them, and I am there to work 24 hours full time. So this allows us to see other actors, important actors and stakeholders for this circularity. I'll not speak about change anymore. I'll speak about circularity. Circularity should be shared, and for those and people who consume and say, well, I'm paying 10 cents of a dollar for a small can, and I can take it to the system. People think that since they paid the 10 cents, they solved the problem. And then you have a precarious system. That means capenga in Portuguese, without a future, because to collect the cans, you must leave them. They've got to be full. Let's visit Brooklyn and Surrey, which is the largest North American waste pickers category, a huge recycling plant. We say a cooperative, 10 times more space because the cans must be intact. If you squeeze them, the system won't accept it. They're able to change this in Canada right now. So, and they want to sell the system to us as if it were so cool, just because it's 10 cents. And then they say, oh, Severino, 10 cents is really good. It is really good for you. But if these 10 cents could pay for all the cans that are squeezed in the streets, so our Latin American system is a bit different from that. And we create this circularity. It's not only the social factor, okay? This is something I'd like to say here to you. We're not here speaking about the social aspect. You don't imagine how much a speaker earns in Panama or here in Alugar. Some of them earn more than 2 minimum wages. Street pickers earn even more than if they were employees. So it's not only a social thing. Of course, can I say it's 100%? No, I can't. I'm not allowed to say this because of our colleagues from Canada. The level of beaners, speakers who are on the street is not out of economic, but also of social and drug use issues, unfortunately. It was the saddest situation I've seen in my life. I thought it would be in Africa, but it was the saddest thing, the workers and pickers in Canada. So this type of struggle that we are facing, we're here to speak for these reasons. I am really, sometimes I have a romantic view of selective collection program and the recognition of pickers' worth, and people speak about inclusiveness. And we don't want people to speak about this. Some people in France and elsewhere, they were picking glass bottle because France is the largest world consumer of wine. And in the past, people couldn't make some in paper, newspaper. And now you have Los Bifans from Paris, and you have many old pictures and things from the works of pickers. Those were romantic days. The mascates exchanging things that they wouldn't use anymore. That's the difference between the European pickers and the Latin American ones. The Europeans, since the system doesn't allow them to collect in the streets because it doesn't have economic value, apart from iron and some countries, some people collect used things in the streets and take it to the flea market. So if you travel to Paris and Italy, you go to those flea markets of antiquities. Those are the European pickers. In Geneva, everywhere, there are people who do this type of service for this dreamed of circularity, so we can transform our unchecked linear economy, which consumes our natural resources so hugely, into a circular economy. I was sad in my first trips to Paris. Uh, the second or third one, we went for an exchange with Madame France from France Liberté, Madame Mitterrand, and I was teaching at a school, and the children said, why do you recycle paper if you have the Amazon forest? And you see this library here. Imagine that each page of this book needs to uh, put down a forest. We wouldn't have any forest. Imagine if we had to do that. This is what I consider to be the circularity concept and the recognition of the importance of the work of our labor category. I'd like to leave this. We're not asking for inclusion. We're asking for recognition, and it's not social. I want to sit around the table with CBA tomorrow and receive funding for aluminum beneficiary administered by pickers, just like I have a plastic recycling plant in Colombia. I'm sorry, I spoke too much.
I completely agree. COP30 is amazing and incredible. And I think those points are really important about, what people are looking for, not necessarily inclusion, but, the economic opportunity. I'm going to open the floor to question. I don't know whether you wanted to respond to, there's a kind of a call there for a response. I don't know whether you want to say anything, but otherwise we will go to questions in the audience. Is there one? Yes, here we go. Please.
Obrigado.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers. I think it was so opportune as a panel to see this. It's good to see Severino here discussing with companies, organizations that bring this perspective of chains. We have to speak about value chains. We must speak about the different stakeholders participating in it, different actors. So it's great to be here and see this exchange. I think this is a space, especially inspired by this COP, of reflecting on how we can become part of it. Severino's provoking us, and I found it so interesting because I work in the financial system. And it was not for me the invitation, but I already felt part of it because the financial system is an important ally or partner at the moment of thinking about financing. How can we also be partners of initiatives? So in order to think more about solutions such as these and pathways that can be designed, I'd like to hear you, and as well as Leandro, because you spoke about two perspectives of things that makes a lot of sense. Leandro spoke about how recyclables, how sustainability incorporates them strategically. And I followed the CBA work for some time, and I can affirm it's not of today that this discussion occurs. And indeed, I have also, I can't believe in what Leandro is saying, and therefore, he brought a corporate world perspective, and Severino has brought us a vision of this from the society, important members of the civil society which make this chain happen. And I'd like to hear from you what you think is possible. What can we do more? What more can we do in addition to this dialogue here? How can we implement these actions and bring other actors to the table? And I'm available to continue this dialogue with you. Can I begin? I'd like to speak about the 5% of the aluminum. It's only this, I'm saying it's not a joke. It's just a playful way of thinking. My training comes from 13 years old in picking. I served the Air Force for 3 years and then returned to the landfill. I didn't imagine I was going to be the president of what was a movement or president of an international alliance with 8 languages and all the continents, and getting to know the works of pickers around the world. this what he said about aluminum, we incorporated it to show the society the potential behind waste pickers. When we spoke about that, Brazil was almost a champion of aluminum can recycling, and we were that was a problem of city halls. The national policies, let's close the landfill, and mayors wouldn't do it because there were so many pickers. And then there was the national policy and investment so that the mayors can hire these collectors for their selective collection. Who would do it? Nowadays, some mayors do it, but we see large discussion, which is interesting, not regarding the startup, not against them, but systems that people sell and say, well, you produce 1,000 tons, and we have to oblige you, and please hire my system here. Pickers also have a system. We have a georeferencing system, and we're turning it and taking it. And then it comes to the financial side. We also have it there. Brazil nowadays invested more than 270 million reais in the current government to improve the quality of life and empower the waste pickers. But there is an old standing part of the system that wants to pull the things. And we invest 1 billion reais and only 500,000 go to the speakers, and the other 500 pay a CEO in Paris and somebody who's taking the family somewhere, and that's how it works. So as long as we won't check that to build value on the works of pickers, we will have waste. We're going through a serious moment. The international treaty against plastic pollution is up there, and I'm mindful for financing people. There are people in Brazil trying to sell data on collective collection. 1 ton per year, starting at the moment when the picker's work was recognized. We issue receipts, and the system is. But I have many people there who are around the system to try to grab a piece of the part of the funds, and they'll say, "Oh, I'll build capacity somewhere or for those." So this is the cue. We have a financing mechanism, decarbonization as a result of our work, and we can create a bank. The other day, somebody called Roberto Larian, and I said, I am the carbon credit bank. I'm from this bank, and I asked, well, has this bank recreated? So this is the challenge. Those interested, please invite us to dialogue. The Brazilian system is good for this type of investment as long as it's not 50-50. 20 for the system, 80% for the pickers and workers. I don't know if I have much to add after Severino, but we have said that this COP is the COP of truth, of implementation, of transparency, and this COP has been the best of all COPs. I've seen so many people, some small issues, but people have really recognized this. And about the topic, if this is the COP of action, this assumes that there is a subject, right? Who is this subject? We need to reflect on this because the subject can begin in the consumers. Let's begin by the consumers who select a package on account of its circularity capacity, the material, the product out of the circularity capacity. This goes through the industry, CBA, creating mechanisms to multiple channels to collect used cans, including the pickers, cooperatives, including Plus Loop, which is the mechanism. We buy the aluminum from the used aluminum, and then it returns and becomes a product again. The mechanism of cooperation among municipalities, and supposing that there's a coalition between glass sector with aluminum, with plastics, and metal, and they will come together into a movement that supports the process as a whole, and projects that support cooperatives and help them increase their efficiency, and it's a win-win thing. So, and why not? The executives of municipal executives, why not create mechanisms to enable or facilitate credit? How can a cooperative and a waste picker have access to credit? How are they stimulated by public policies that stimulate and build incentives, including the payment for social services? It is a social service. Who pays for this this service? So I think that going beyond has many dimensions. We can begin by the dimension of the subject of action. I'll take the opportunity. The question was not aimed at me, but I will bring a bit about our discussion. Rates must also be attractive, interest rates. Otherwise, people will get funding and will have access to debentures, either of green bonds, and they're not attractive often. So having attractive rates for this type of activity, which is not a linear activity, it's not a common industry. We're not speaking about something that almost everybody, in the way everybody produces. No, we are speaking about circularity, looking at these businesses in a different way. This helps us a lot when we need this credit. So I'd say these special rates and this way of look, this outlook, should be more based on our own businesses. An additional piece of information: Brazil has just launched the law to encourage recycling. Looks like the ruined it law. Everybody likes concerts, and those who don't like culture don't know what it is. And we know that here in Brazil we have polarization and so on. The 2.2 billion reais were levied for encouraging recycling in Brazil, incentivizing it. That is, increasing industries. All this is aimed at the pickers. I don't want in the next COP to have to say that from 2.2 we didn't even receive 2.2 big to the pickers, because there are many institutions that appear and want to do or teach pickers to work. I think one thing that we can prepare for the financial dimension is how to obtain and pay for the credit, because we have received from $500 from bid to the Bogota cooperative. In 2 years, they doubled their production. So it's not only entrepreneurship, but also the knowledge of what should be done. Of course, 10%, they don't know how to do it or they got lost, but it was worthwhile. I'm proud to say that nowadays the largest plastic recycling plant is in Bogota. And two pickers are the coordinators. They're regular people working in the system, benefiting many pickers and families and building homes with made of plastic wood.
I want to just give a chance for some other questions. I think we can say this is the panel of passion, definitely the panel of truth, the panel of innovation, which is amazing. But I just want to see if there's any other questions that people have in the audience. I'm sure you do have. Please don't be shy. This is your chance. I mean, look how amazing they are. Did you want to respond? Yeah.
Eu achei assim a maior
I think the greatest similarity among us is that our companies, our industries, are at least 50 years old, and sometimes even more. So we have been doing what we do for a long time. And we have been thinking about circularity even before a national policy for solid waste is enacted, speaking about shared responsibility, and before the laws that came to collaborate, but way beyond. We were back then working hard to make it happen, to make all this process happen, recycling and the things that we do. So I'd like to also to bring up this viewpoint, because I think it's really relevant. And this is why we need people to look at us differently, to look at our systems in a circular way and not in a linear way.
Questions? If not, we're coming. I mean, surprising, but we're coming to the end of the panel. I think, you know, COP30, this moment here in Brazil, I think you've all said it's an incredible space for discussion and for shifting into implementation, really driving forward momentum, and so many different people here that have been brought into the conversation. And one of the things that's going to be launched on Wednesday is the next 5-year plan for the action agenda. And this is really how do we drive forward momentum year on year. So I think I'd like you to perhaps, you know, share some thoughts to end. You know, we don't want to be in the same place in 5 years' time, you know, when we don't perhaps necessarily have the connections, we don't have the financing that's needed, you know, the value chain engagement isn't happening. You know, can you give a sense for perhaps where, you know, where you are in your industry or you know, your part of the world? What is it that you'd really like to us to have delivered in this space in 5 years' time? Just a small question. Just a small question. Who wants to go first? Yeah, you ready? Ready for it? 5 years. The vision.
Yeah.
5 years' time. What are we going to come back and say has happened?
Veja, como
You see,
nós estamos momento
we are now at a moment in the aluminum industry, which is a moment of growth and many opportunities. Why am I saying this? Because aluminum is an input with peculiar specificities and essential features for a more sustainable future through energy transition. You see, aluminum is lightweight, therefore, for application in sectors where it can reduce weight, it may be essential, for instance, in the production of EVs. And then you have 40% more aluminum embedded in them. In the construction, civil construction, the use of aluminum also reduces the weight of constructions, therefore the materials, mortar, and so on. In addition to being durable, and it has exceptional properties. It is a good electricity conductor. That means that in combination, combining the weight with its conduction capacity for electricity, we have seen that the transmission lines have combined copper, which is the best conductor, but also much heavier, with aluminum. Usually you have the core of copper and the aluminum cables. And this cable will be essential for transmitting clean energy that can be produced by solar panels, which are also built with aluminum. And also the wind energy. So the future of aluminum industry, in addition to the issues we spoke about being infinitely recyclable, 5% consumption of the energy when used vis-a-vis the production of conventional aluminum, and it will increase significantly, 75% available in the world. So when you bring all that together, you find the position of a brilliant future in terms of energy transition for this industry. And how is CBA placed in this process, positioned? We have 21 energy plants which produce their own energy, 100% renewable, traceable. Therefore, this is a factor that distinguishes us, because most of the aluminum in the world, unfortunately, is still produced by fossil fuels matrices. And in numerical terms, CBA is 4 times smaller in carbon intensity than the rest of the world. Every ton of aluminum produced issues approximately 2.87 CO2 tons, and the world is close to 12. So if you see that aluminum is an essential material for energy transition, and they have low carbon, and you will empower this beneficial element of using the aluminum and the transition that it can enable with a decreased carbon intensity within this energy transition context, and together with the good governance. So I believe that the future is we're in the correct path. Brazil is a leading player of this agenda, and this COP is just spectacular once again on account of the people who received us. I think their affectionate character and of the people in Pará, the way you have received the entire world here, And of course, the applause are for you guys because it's amazing to see how we have been well treated here. I am including myself because I am from another state and I'm here as a visitor as well. So not only for the people, and this is the main reason, but for demonstrating to the world that nature needs investment. It's possible to combine sustainable development, uh, sustainable future, nature, and this is the best possible place to be showing this, to be showcasing this, without a doubt. When we speak about 5 years in activity, I'd like to see less illegalities because we have illegal collection of lubricating oil, used oil, which is super harmful for the environment. And often we're not able to see it. So we have to look at it as an environmental issue and social issue because 1 liter of lubricating oil can contaminate 10 million liters of water. So you imagine 1 liter falling in a water table or a river, it's a serious problem. So illegal collection is really harmful for the businesses that collect this oil and refine and recycle it and send it back to the market, and even worse for the environment. I'd like to see less illegality. I'd like to see more increased environmental awareness among the population because when the population sees the opportunities, we see the environment and create this awareness, build this awareness that I need to refer my waste correctly. And this goes through all the sectors of my life, including when I change the oil of my car. And sometimes people don't even have patience to wait for the oil change and don't have an idea of where this oil goes to. Uh, so this awareness and the consciousness about how the product is used, because for many years we have shown to the market that the oil produced through waste is just like the same or even better than the oil that comes directly from the first refinement of the petrol. For many years we had to discuss a lot showing that it is the same because people used to say, no, this product is recycled, it won't have the same performance, and they were able to prove that the performance is just the same. Nowadays we want the market to see this product as a distinguished product with 77% less or lighter carbon footprint. So why can we not use it more frequently and seek its use? Now speaking about energy transition, this oil is positioned precisely in this way. So let's use it more frequently uh, instead of the first refinement oil, the new oil. And by speaking of carbon markets, recently we had the carbon market law, which was enacted in Brazil. And we're speaking that in the coming 5 years, we will have its implementation taking place. So I'd like to see this market being implemented. We're speaking about a COP and saying this is the implementation and transparency COP. And our industry, by speaking of waste as a whole, that we could have this market, looking at this market in circular ways instead of linear ways, once again, so that we could have the benefits of demonstrating how much our sectors and industries collaborate to low carbon economies. In my case, I am even more daring or audacious. I am remembering here some stages of these international meetings. Since Copenhagen, which was a COP, then we had a strong advocacy work in Paris, and I was able to meet my friend Isabella Teixeira, the former Brazilian ministry, at the COP days in Paris. I was in Busan, she was in Busan, but we weren't able to meet there. And I said, why won't you call me? Because you didn't give me your phone number. And as we see this story, Rio plus 20, and then the COPs, and myself particularly had the pleasure and I was fortunate to see when the Brazilian government wanted the COP30 to be here in Amarcheik. I said, this is it. That's the COP, and we have 2 years to get ready for it, because we would have Soledad from Chile and myself. Aline went to Dubai, and Soledad and myself went to these COPs. We do not have 800 indigenous representatives, as our minister Guajajara said, but we have 12 waste pickers here at COP. For me, this is a historical landmark. They went home yesterday. Tessa from Nigeria, somebody from South Africa, because we're transferring knowledge between LAC and Africa, Soledad from our international alliance in the plastic treaty, and many colleagues such as Alberto, Aling, and Claudete here in Brazil, Roseline, who is our friend. They learned what is to participate in these events. And what I want is that in the coming 5 years, and my mandate is only 3 years for the E-Alliance, that we can have additional colleagues, pickers around the world, and new leaderships are added to these environmental agendas. Because what we have been able to achieve, which is little, but I think it's a lot, 2.2 billion in terms of collection for an act, a law to encourage recycling, that we may be able to transmit this knowledge to people. And since we're getting close to the end, I wanted to show an image that I saw this morning. We were speaking about circularity and responsibility. I left the event, at the ENOP event, yesterday night, and when we got in, people received this bracelet, and somebody said, "Severino, this bracelet, it has plastic." Yes, because it has the adhesive. I see it in the floor, and I started seeing in all over the place in Belém. I have a picture. There's a flower that looks like a Vittoria Regia, and there's a blue part, and there's a blue tip. It is a bracelet. So my final message, since you're coming to these events, please take your bracelets in the exit and hand it to our colleague, because some people will take it to the hotel, other people take it around there, and that's the bad thing about microplastics. So I asked the permission of the coordination to comment on this, because these small details are what allows us to improve our lives and preserve our environment. Thank you.
You have been such an incredible panel. I think it's, we've covered every topic of the, the details, the technical details of some of the specific businesses underway, the social aspects, the economic opportunities. I think this, and also Brazil, right? Brazil is a place that has such an opportunity and such a leadership role. And I suppose the mindset shift that I take away is that, this is a mindset shift of collaboration across many different types of actors, but it's also a mindset shift that we all need to take on board to go from linear to circular approaches, whether you're in business, whether you're public, whether you're working, a worker working with these materials. So thank you so much. And actually, sorry, just one more thing. I would say that there is economic opportunity in this. That is not the only thing. It's not just a mindset shift, but there is economic opportunity in that for everyone. Thank you so much. Been fantastic. I haven't really had to do very much. You've just managed yourselves, and really wonderful to have you all here. Thank you to the organisers as well, and thank you for this fantastic location. And also, my thanks as well for the warm welcome that all of us who've come to Belém have received. So thank you so much to all of you.
noite a todos. A gente vai dar início em alguns instantes à nossa última sessão de Keynote. Teremos 2 Keynotes, mas antes de começar eu queria pedir a todos para a gente moderar um pouco no volume, para a gente poder ouvir os nossos convidados. Vou dar alguns instantes para a gente diminuir a moderação, nós vamos ter uma noite com bastante...
We will have a lot of time so that everybody can be engaged. As a result, in respect for our guest speakers, dear friends, I know it's hard sometimes. It has been a long day for us all, but we're in the first COP in Brazil. Each person that's able to bring a new element to this discussion is really important. So I do strengthen our requests for please pay attention to the stage and just a few more seconds. We'll get it right. Welcome to CASE in COP30. I am sustainability expert at Itaú. It's a great joy to be receiving you here in our closing day. We will have now a session in Portuguese and another one in English. If you need live interpretation, please take one of your headsets. CASE is a coalition of large Brazilian companies, Bradesco, Itaú, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale, which came together to foster the active engagement of the private sector in the agendas of climate and nature. I'd like to strengthen our request. Please, about the dialogues during the sessions, let's cut them. Our large objectives are to give visibility to cases and solutions implemented that are scalable, dialogues and mobilize multiple sectors, including in our companies in terms of aligning sustainability, economic development, and social justice. CASE has been active from 11th to the 17th of November. So please, my friends, we do need you to speak less, moderate your volume of your dialogues because our keynote speaker will be here. We have approached every day, one topic, food systems, finances and energy translation, just transition, and today we're closing with circular economy. I'd like to thank the approximately 100 speakers who have been with us this week, as well as to the members of our coalition and our knowledge partners, Accenture and Cebedis, and the producer TMU. We hope that you will enjoy it thoroughly. Now let's begin our session. The invitation in this final day is an experiential travel throughout our time and planet. And I have the honor of inviting on board to the stage the Brazilian writer, Tamara Klink. I'm glad to be here. If I forgot anything, please let me know. And if you have any questions, we're having Tamara Klink, navigator and writer. I have just returned from a travel which would have been impossible, and I'd rather not have done it. Above Northern America, through a place where there was a lot of ice, and as a result of climate change, there's no longer so much ice there. And this travel was the result of a long preparation, a 3-year project in the Arctic. It started with an hivernage, winter season. In the Arctic, which consists basically in going to the Arctic and stay there for a long time. Maybe it would take more than a month, perhaps 10 months, more than a year. And during this preparation, navigate beyond the northern place where I should have been, because the most recent satellite images indicated that ice was not freezing anymore. And it was a long and scary process to see the sea frozen, freezing. There were many clouds, the sun, and this thin layer of ice, the winds that downhill were really strong, and they were breaking this ice cap, and then it became thicker, and the winds were breaking it again. Translation apologizes, but the transmission's quality is being improved. It was a bit scary, and the boat had a few bumps in the end of the day, but I was really glad. This and this ice slab was in December and a bit late for the season, and became my playground. That's where I would go for a walk. I would climb the highest mountains I could, and then I slid down, and as the months passed, I felt less and less human, like I was resembling the explorers of books I had read, and less and more as a child that liked climbing up those hills and sliding down in the same places, and realizing that that was my pleasure. Those were my only concerns that day, my pleasure and my survival. Surviving was not that easy at less 40 degrees. When I touched the metal, my finger would stick if I took a pee in a bucket, and then the urine would freeze, and I had to clean the fish really quickly. So those issues were a part of my survival, and parts were really breaking just by touching some parts. But as the months passed by, I was more reliable, self-reliable. We got used to it, and we get to inertia, and have the trend of no longer seeing the dangers, even though we know that they do exist. One day, walking in the ice, it was really thin, and I fell in the frozen sea. And I knew that I only had 3 minutes to survive. When we're young, we think that we'll live forever just because we want it, because it's our right. But when we see that our expectation of life was reduced to only 3 minutes, you realize that. And in those 3 minutes, I knew that I had few chances of leaving, because the ice was very slippery. And every second I felt my boots getting heavier. I felt the water climbing up my leg and going through the tissue layers. And I knew it would be increasingly hard to move my arms and remove my body. But at the same time, I didn't have time to think about dying. So I knew that I had to do all that I could. And in those times, the instinct, self-preservation instinct, does help us a lot, being able to do the effort that we didn't even imagine we were able to do it. And I trusted the tip of my fingers. And then another centimeter, and then a centimeter, and I felt the boots coming up, and I felt that I concentrated in that additional centimeter, and then little by little, I took my elbows from the water, then my structure and the knees, and then I was able to stand up. And I did the holes in a wall to be able to climb the wall. And then I climbed it, and I was on land, and I was in a state of absolute peace. And then I remembered that when I left the boat, that it was less 26 degrees, and I felt my clothes would freeze, and I ran towards the boat. And when I finally reached it, I could no longer say whether I was alive or if I had died. My body, my soul, everything was by itself in the boat. And I wanted to dialogue with somebody and be able to tell her I survived, and then hug somebody, even my enemies. But there was nobody there to be hugged. And I was asking myself, is that how people die? And now I am a spirit, just the one like the ones the fishermen said there was here. And I spent a few days with these doubts in my mind. And one day I made a decision. I said, well, I will use my precious emergency minutes to call somebody. I had just 15 minutes per month to call somebody. It was really had to be emergency. I'll try to call somebody that speaks little in the phone so they can see what it is. A person who you know who's also a navigator and also did an invernage in Antarctica. And he will know what it is, and he will tell me, and it will be in and then I called my dad. I said, Dad, you didn't know what happened. I'm just entering an airplane. I have to turn off. Bye-bye. And I had never imagined that having my father gave me a lesson. Maybe my dad perhaps knew that sometimes when we think we're in the best situation, in the worst situation, you won't have 3 minutes of sun and you won't be able to do the little things of life like drinking water and the iceberg, and you'll be able to break it into pieces and then melt it, be able to put it in a glass and drink that water. So water was really valuable. So I imagine that people, Tamarapi and the ice and the Arctic, the frightening Arctic, and the large part of my time, that's how I was. For the foxes, nobody filmed it. I found it by chance recently. And in the same ice that could have been my own end, it soon became my recommencement. And soon after the ice started melting, I saw the sardines to eat the planktons that had formed below the ice. And the sardines attracted the codfish, and the codfish attracted the whales and their migrations. Many people think that they don't exist. It's a short of a unicorn whale, this particular species. They're shy, and they were. Soon after, I knew that was in front. And I was thinking about the next, and I was really intimidated with that because I had known that passage through the narratives of deaths, shipwrecks, which were not quite pleasant. I was prepared and returned here to prepare myself better. I had the opportunity to count on the support of Itaú, which supported me in this new travel, and I continued navigating. And for you to have an idea of how much the Arctic has changed, I took these NASA images, which are kind of squeezed through this technical, a bit squeezed here, that's how we work with the slides, the best possible solution. This is the passage, the hardest passage is right above Lunavut's in Canada, and that's an image of the September where you have less ice. The first year when NASA started taking these satellite images to map the Arctic's ice, this is an image a bit more recent. The minimum of ice that had been left from the summer in those places where you couldn't go through, now you can go through. And of course, this awakens many issues from the geopolitical standpoint also, because it's the shortest route between Asia and Europe, as well as it's land with mining ores. But it's so sensitive because that if climate is affected here, we will suffer the consequences worldwide. There's only one ocean, and all the water that comes from there gets here. So we usually think that the ocean is blue, but when we are in high seas, we can get closer to black than to blue. And just like asphalt under the sun, when the sun hits on it, it heats up. And in the Arctic, the less ice there is, the less white surface there is to reflect those solar rays, the darker rays there are to absorb solar radiations, and you have sun there 24 hours a day. So we're moving towards a liquid Arctic. There's an estimate that in 2050, the Arctic will be fully liquid in the summer, and this frozen part will no longer exist. That's bad news for all of us. And that's why this is a very important decade for decisions, because all decisions and actions that we take in this decade will cost less and will have more results than the same decisions and actions later on, 5, 10 years later. So you can see here in the slides. Also, as regards the width of the ice, in addition to a smaller surface, it's also getting thinner. This is the old ice, which is in white. It survives 4 winters and summers. This is an image of 1984, and here an image of 2019, showing the remaining old ice. So that's not good news at all. You have the images of scientists, which are really important for us to learn about the data of what's taking place in details. And this data, when you cross this data with the narratives, they enable us to compare landscapes, travel narratives of previous years or centuries ago. They have the descriptions of a memoir, a climate memoir, which we no longer have. This is a Giowa image. That's the first ship to go across the Northeastern Passage by a Norwegian man. Many people may have read about him, Roald Amundsen. He's very successful. He was the first person to get to the Southern Pole and the first one to go across the Northeastern Passage by boat. 120 years later, day after day, I was in the same places where he was, and this passage that he took 3 years to go across, I did it in 45 days. And the sea was quite different from what he narrated. In the 45 days of trip, I was expecting to find ice in good part of the travel, and I only found ice during 5 days, which is not enough. I spent most of the time navigating, sailing. This is a balloon sail of a good weather, but we had bad weather in some moments. With less ice in the Arctic, there are intenser storms and more meteorological variations. I spent a good part of the trip studying because there is a good part of the test that's not yet mapped, and the cartography is still blank, and we have to study a lot to learn whether there will be stones that are not mapped, and often there are. I slept every 20 minutes only, sometimes a bit less, but something that shouldn't impress any father here who is well used to it. The advantage is that I didn't need to go to work the next day and smile at people or take difficult decisions. And because as parents know, when we sleep little, we sometimes lose our memory, become a bit more sluggish, and have more difficulty in making assertive decisions. And so I took the protocols and enlisted them and how much time I should check the sales and converging things and checking the engine's oil. I had all these protocols before me. Sometimes I was a bit robotic. Sometimes we would see these small ice bits which were really frightening to me. I'm a bit scary, scared at things. I had the bad luck. It is something, and it is in your blood. I did not. One of the features is the ability not to be sick in boats. So the bucket was my companion for a good part of the time. Uh, Thank God Itaú didn't put that in its TV ad. They spared me and showed me only in the months when I was well, because it wouldn't have been so pleasant in other moments. And in Greenland, as well as in Alaska, I met local indigenous people, the Inuits. And in addition to the Inuits, you have the polar bears, which are the local inhabitants, and they're predators of the Inuit and of travelers who go through the place. So before going through these places, I dialogued with the locals to know how these bears would do, and the solutions were not very pacific. I was a bit divided into following the advice of shooting at the bears or not. I didn't know how to position myself because they eat the bears often, lest the bears will eat them. And I found some people who had lost parts of their bodies, some children, sometimes people who lost friends. I was a bit scared. It's hard to remember those images of those stories of people when I saw this animal that looks like a white Labrador from afar. It's so cute. And it was over there calmly standing on the top of the ice hills. I needed ideal conditions to go to the following parts with strong maritime currents and many days, and then another boat stopped right by mine. A boat with two children on board. And those children playfully did a bear alarm, which is a rope with a bell, and they invited it to me and saying that it would work. And I said, translation apologizes, but the transmission quality is oscillating. More than 20 minutes of sleep in a night, and during my deep sleep, I was awoken by a noise coming from my radio saying, Fadinha 2, are you up? Fadinha 2, there is a bear on top of your boat. And I was a bit scared. Didn't really know what to do. If I took a pen, a cross, or a gun, because my dentist gave me a religious object and I didn't know which instrument I should use at that time. I didn't see anything in the water. And then if there was really this bear on top of my boat, and all the hunters had spoken about it, and if the bear would look aggressive, and I was imagining a scene of me with the pajamas and with a big gun in my hand. I didn't have a sardine with a bear and trying to find out. Uh, and I was asking for help to my neighbors, people asking people what should one do? In my previous boat, the key was outside the cabin. It would open the engine's door, and I used everything that I had, and I pulling the cables, and little by little the boat was moving, and the bear returned somewhere. And I regret not having taken any picture, but I survived. And that bear really scared me, and I was a bit traumatized, didn't want to stop anybody else. And I navigated all the way to Alaska, 25 days nonstop. And amidst the navigation, I saw ice pieces, and I saw that those pieces away from the sea where it was warm wouldn't get to they were ice pieces that were floating for some time. And when I got closer to those ice pieces to do the Bordeaux, I saw a spot, a more yellowish spot than ice. And as I was getting closer to try to see what it was, I tried to count the ears. I counted 4 ears, and I started being a bit scared. The image, that's why the image is shaking here. And when I go through the wind and I see there was a bear offspring and that coming in. I didn't need to stop at that place. I was very happy. Then I saw there was another bear behind them. The bears used the ice pieces as a bus. I wasn't willing to uh, transport them anymore. I didn't want my boat to be a bus for them. So this trip was really happy. I ended up being the first person of the Global South to go through the Northeastern Passage alone. I'm also the youngest person. I'm also the youngest woman of the world to have done this travel. Thank you. But I know that it was only possible on this small boat and with safety, thanks to the involvement of many people and the stories and experiences they have told before me. We can only go farther or as far with limited resources, thanks to the experience, amassed experience that helps us set apart what's superfluous from what is essential. And I believe that farther with less is the challenge of our days. Thank you very much. So we have just listened to the international Brazilian sailor Tamara Klink. Thank you, Tamara. Your keynote talk was so inspiring. And now I invite the acclaimed American writer, author of more than 20 books, including The Ministry for the Future, Kingston Leigh Robinson.
thank you for this. My name is Kim Stanley Robinson, Stan. I am a science fiction writer from California. This is my first week in Brazil, and I'm very happy to be here in Belém for COP30. It's been a beautiful week. I go home tomorrow, and I wish I were staying longer to celebrate more with this wonderful community. And this amazing talk about going through the Northwest Passage, done by Roald Amundsen, one of my heroes. I'll say tomorrow is also one of my heroes now. Amazing. And yeah, wonderful to see, and thank you. And polar bears, I was in Svalbard in May, which is islands a little bit to the east of Greenland at high altitude, still covered by ice like Greenland. And the polar bears there, my young women Sami guides always carried rifles that were taller than they were in order to kill polar bears if they attacked. Look dangerous for the history of Svalbard. They're quite beautiful, they're powerful, in trouble on ice, and although they swim very well, they need ice, they need that world to continue. And that's the business of COP30, and that's what I want to talk about briefly. Nice sense. The only novel of mine that has been translated into Portuguese and published in Brazil is called New York 2140, which would be the year involved. What would that be? We're now in, I can't do the math, about 100 years from now, a little bit more, in which sea level has risen by about 15 meters. So this is quite extreme. It's at the edge of scientific possibility, but it makes Manhattan a really interesting place to live, and that's what my story is about in New York 2040, is humans adapting to an environment that has been massively flooded, sea level rise coming from Antarctica. So I moved from the Arctic, where tomorrow was, to the Antarctic, where I have spent time and have written novels about it, and it's become one of the projects out of my book, The Ministry for the Future, which is really why I'm here at these COPs, is as a spokesperson for the people of the future, you might say, which is what the Ministry for the Future is about. Project in Ministry for the Future described is to try to stabilize Antarctica's ice sheets so that as climate change hits us, as the temperatures go up, we know it's already hit 1.5. We are in an overshoot. We are going to have to bring down carbon dioxide in the atmosphere by, if it were by weight, it would be billions of tons. And this is not a substance that anybody particularly wants. So it's like having to build a sewage system to take care of sewage that is already distributed in the environment. Luckily, it's not impossible. It is difficult, and it's not particularly a profitable enterprise like a sewage system, but it isn't a product that they want. It's a product they want to get rid of. So the CO2 atmosphere is built to be down. And as we bring it back down, the ice in Antarctica will be into the sea. It won't melt from the top down. Antarctica is in darkness, and it's land and it's very high altitude. So ice in Antarctica there, through the period of the overshoot, through the cooling down of our planet, there are some plans that are called geoengineering sometimes, but this one is new and different. It's not reflecting sunlight back off to space in the way of the solar radiation management, so-called. Bouncing sunlight back out into space is what happens after volcanoes. It's what humans planes of the high atmosphere. And I must say, more people are talking about this previously science fictional experiment, this intervention, in the Earth system to try to cool the planet down while we have fossil fuels, while we take the CO2 out of the atmosphere, than I have ever heard before. So this idea is on the table because we are late in decarbonizing. And for Antarctica, with ice, it's not that it melts from the top down, it's that there's water underneath it, and it's just like a water slide in an amusement park. The ice under gravity, if it's got no friction under it, it slides into the Southern Ocean. It melts within a year. Sea level rises about 4 meters. And this is the West Antarctic ice sheet. It's ice. It's very unstable. Whenever in Earth it's been this warm, West Antarctica has been ocean, sea level's been at least 4 meters higher. And that means we would be underwater in this room. All of the beaches would be gone worldwide. And coastal civilization, where at least 1 billion people make their livings, along with fishing, which is 1/3 of our food, all wrecked by this eventuality that is not quite baked in, but it is certainly looming as a derivative problem, a secondary problem to the heating up of the atmosphere. Well, it's like Tamara said, this is bad. It's like the photos of the Arctic Ocean that she was showing in 1984 or in 1950 when the ocean broke in from below. The ice was literally 10 meters thick, and now she's sailing through open ocean. In Antarctica, the problem is even worse in some sense because there's so much ice mass there that's ready to slide into the sea. You have that 4 meter sea level rise. I've been involved with, and I've been writing about it now as it's written about in my book, The Ministry for the Future, but as a sequel to it, as a serious scientific project in climate intervention. You can go to Antarctica, you can drill through the ice, which is simply a giant head with hot water melting the ice. It's the easiest drilling on Earth. It's not like drilling through dirt. You get down to the bottom, and then the weight of the ice, which is crushingly heavy, pushes the water at the bottom up the borehole about 90% of its distance, and then you pump it the rest of the way out. That gigantic ice sheet stops in its tracks. And the reason that we think that we know this is because it happened naturally. There are ice streams in the West Antarctica, and scientists being scientists, they're named ice streams A, B, C, D, E, and F. And these are big rivers, and I mean the size of the Amazon, of ice running between ice banks. And one of them, C, after a glaciologist that everybody ice stream C stopped in its tracks about 150 years ago. Only glaciologists could be detectives enough to notice that this happened, but they've confirmed it. And what we have found is that that ice stream having come to a stop on its own. Why? Because the water underneath it was stolen over into the next watershed. And it's precisely like the oxbows on the Amazon or the Orinoco. When you've got flat ground and you have water going and it begins to divert to the side by leaving silt, by cutting a channel, then eventually it can actually make an oxbow where the river goes straight through and it breaks the way, and then that water that was in the big curve in the river, it certainly happens in the Mississippi, and I assume it happens here too. That water turns into a pond, or it goes away entirely and silts in and turns into a meadow. In this case, something happened underneath ice stream C, and the water that was under it that was rushing it down into the ocean got diverted over to ice stream B or A. They actually argue about this now. Could we do the same under the other ice streams, steal the water, divert it, slow those glaciers down, and give us sea level for the time that it takes for us to decarbonize our civilization, our industries, and cool the planet back down to a temperature that more resembles what we've been living in the last 10,000 years. Maybe. It would be good if it worked. It's a project that I'm following and writing about. It's a project that glaciologists and scientists and technologists are working on. And so what I'm noticing at COP30 that I did not see in the only other COP I went to just 4 years ago in Scotland is now people are willing to talk about this stuff. We're in an emergency situation. It's kind of all ideas are on the table to be discussed because we need to do more faster. And if we do it, we've got all kinds of good news to follow. And I must say, it's been beautiful standing at the bar and watching the video displays from the companies that are here tonight. I read them all. They were English subtitles and quite beautiful, self-explanatory. And regenerative agriculture, which Nestle was talking about, is a real thing, and it is incredibly powerful and encouraging for all of you young people and your future. Carbon dioxide can be sucked out of the atmosphere into forests and into crops and into the soil that nourishes the crops. So this is a form of agriculture that not only but also sucks the atmosphere and gets it into the soil. It becomes more productive, fruitful soil, and it takes it out of the air. So in this, it's natural process, incredibly results for human welfare. Brazil is huge. It's huge physically, it's huge socially, it's huge agriculturally. Decisions made, and it's not just the rainforest, it's regenerative agriculture, all the crops that your companies here are involved with. So I feel like I have accidentally, well, no, the people who brought COP here, and I mean Lula bringing it, and not just to Brazil or up to Belém, done the thing. See the rainforest, feel the heat, and understand that this is the world, the lungs of the world, but also the heart of the effort for sucking CO2 out of the atmosphere. And meanwhile, down to the south, a project will be going on to try to save sea level, the beaches of the world. I was brought up on a beach myself in Southern California. I love them dearly. I don't want them going away. It's one of the great cultures on this earth, and it always has been since we became human beings. So we need to hold on to it by a collective effort. And this is part of that collective effort. And I'm going to, so that the party can get back to partying, and just say thank you, obrigado, and good luck.
shared with us. There were many Mondays when we had to wake up in the morning and participate in a call to put all this together. And most importantly, there were many Fridays when we were at 7:30 p.m., everybody having their drinks and or going to a concert, and the team was still there discussing how we would do this, how we would have this unforgettable experience take place for you guys. So I'd like to invite to bring to the stage an image, if you can please show it here, the photo. It's obvious that we had many people helping us, but the key persons of each company that made all this happen are Fabiana, Fabio, Natalia, Luciano, Fernanda, Bianca, and Taisara, who will be represented here by Cecilia. So please give a warm round of applause to this incredible team that made all this happen. Good evening. Hi, I'm Natalia, manager at the Itaúsa Institute. I took some notes. We're in the 10th day. I wouldn't be able to rely on playing by heart. But we got to the end, as Marcelo said. This journey started way before Belém. COP was born in the union of companies that believe in Brazil and which share the conviction that the country has a lot more to show than what is usually seen. It is a continental scale country with a unique biodiversity, pulsating society, robust economy, and an innovative private sector. We want to discuss the nature-based solutions, and the ones that have been implemented need to be shown to the world. Some weeks ago, we've been able to bring together these initiatives. 7 companies, Bradesco, Itaú, Nestlé, Vale, Marco Polo. We made it clear that the crisis was not about our companies. It's about a private sector, and it was evident here. We received here Mutupi, Suzano, MBRPF. We received activists, investors, public managers, partnering institutions with the same spirit of dialoguing about solutions. Nearly 1,500 people have been here throughout COP. We've had profound debates about several sectors. Translation apologizes, but the transmission is cutting. We'll continue doing our best. Mindful to solutions that are emerging in this country. More than 30,000 people. This matters for us not only on account of the figures, but also including different actors, organizations who are here. I'm about to conclude, my friends. It wouldn't be possible. People who have worked to build this house, in addition to the professionals of our companies, we had sound operators. All these people made this happen. This reveals that we need to strengthen in Brazil collaboration on a daily basis, joint decisions, execution based on trust and co-responsibility. CASE is a self-managed coalition. It advances because members of different teams get together and build solutions together. This decentralized, multi-sectoral principle based on practice is what we need to tackle the climate crisis. We're closing our activities in Belém today, but CASE continues. In next week, we will be sending a form for you to share solutions from your companies, by your companies, which may expand the repertoire of our solutions. This week makes it clear that the country can no longer wait. The solutions exist in the forests, in the communities, in the companies, in the technologies. Our challenge is not to invent things anymore, but to scale up what has been done. Right from the beginning, we decided that culture would be a vector and not an ornament. We have received artists, extraordinary artists that brought musicality and strength to the climate discussions. To expand what we believe to be possible. And to close this journey, I'd like to invite to the stage the Queen of Pará, Dona Onete.